And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to members of the public and staff and council. We'll call this meeting to order, and I will turn it over to Councillor DeLeo for our land acknowledgement. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tionantadi, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as part of an intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships and ask for guidance in all we do.
Megwich, Councillor DeLeo. We'll now move on to item number 2, disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting a member of council feels they have a pecuniary interest, please declare it at that time. Moving on to item number 3 of the agenda, open forum. This is an opportunity for anyone here who wishes to come forward that has registered. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anybody?
Thank you, Worship. I do not have any registered public for open forum.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 4, approval of the agenda, 4.1. We have a motion resolved that the contents of the agenda of the March 30th, 2023 be approved as circulated. Any questions or comments from Councillor? Councillor, seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White, Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? That motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to item number 5, deputations, presentations, petitions, and public meetings. We do have a couple today, and item number 5.1 is a public meeting with respect to 31 Lions Court, and we'll start that public meeting now. Please note that this is a public meeting regarding a proposed site-specific amendment to the town's official plan and zoning bylaw for the Wasaga Lions Court Ventures development located at 31 Lions Court. The application being considered is a proposed official plan amendment file number OP01/22 and a proposed zoning bylaw amendment application file number Z01/22. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. The chair will keep the meeting in order and allow the applicant, the public, and members of council to speak and ask questions. No decisions will be made at today's public meeting. It is simply an opportunity to learn and provide feedback. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding these applications. The town planning staff is now or will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments. So I'll turn that over to our planning department. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council, and all the members of public in attendance today. Planning staff are going to provide a brief high-level overview of the applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for the proposed development at 31 Lions Court. So a brief overview of our presentation. We're going to go through the planning application process, the purpose of the public meeting. We're going to introduce the applications, present the subject lands, and a high-level view of the proposed development. We're also going to provide a brief summary of all the comments received to date. Following the staff presentation, the applicant's planning consultant will provide more details on the applications. So the planning application process, right now we're at the public meeting stage. Following the public meeting, the applicant will review all of the comments received to date and make any necessary modifications to their development proposal. Staff and public agencies will continue the detailed review before bringing a staff recommendation back to joint committee and council for a council decision. So again, the purpose of the public meeting is to obtain feedback and comments from the public on the proposed development, specifically on the amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw. Overall, the development includes a total of 306 dwelling units comprised of townhouses and are proposed to be located on private internal condominium roads. The application the development is also subject to draft plan of subdivision application, which at this time is not subject to this public meeting. So the subject lands are located at 31 Lions Court at the southeast intersection of Lions Court and Mosley Street. The total area of the lands is 14.6 hectares with an approximate developable area of 8.36 hectares. The lands have frontage both on Lions Court and Mosley Street. Surrounding land uses include the Bay Sands Drive residential subdivision to the south, which is currently undeveloped. To the west is the Gateway Casino. To the north is existing low-density residential uses, and to the east is also existing low-density residential uses. The existing official plan designation on the lands is residential and district commercial. The residential portion of the lands is shown in white on the image on the screen, and the district commercial portion is shown in red on the westerly side of the lands abutting Lions Court. The residential designation, as it is today, would permit townhouse dwelling units at a density generally not exceeding 37 units per net residential hectare. The district commercial designation permits larger scale developments, including indoor malls and also a wide range of retail, personal service, and office type uses. The proposed amendments by the applicant is to redesignate the district commercial portion of the lands and the westerly portion of the lands of the residential designation in order to permit high-density residential at a maximum density of 38 units per net residential hectare. The amendment also includes the redesignation of a center block from residential to environmental protection. Existing zoning on the lands is district commercial and development D. Consistent with the district commercial land use designation, the district commercial zone permits a wide range of commercial type uses. Some examples are on the screen in front of you. The development D zone is somewhat of a holding zone and doesn't permit any new uses. It's essentially limited to existing residential uses and some limited passive type uses, low impact uses. The proposed zoning is to rezone the district commercial zone on the westerly portion of the lands abutting Lions Court to a residential type 3 exception zone, which would permit townhouse dwelling units. And the amendment also includes a component to rezone the development D zone to the environmental protection zone and to a residential type 3 exception zone on the easterly portion of the lands. Included in that request is also a number of site-specific zone provisions, including site-specific general provisions, which will be reviewed in further detail by the applicant's planning agent. So summary of comments received to date. We've received a number of comments from public agencies. The comments generally do not have any concerns or objections to the official plan amendment or zoning bylaw amendment. That said, there are some requests and recommended draft plan conditions to be considered in any future approvals for the plan subdivision. And there's also a few technical comments and some notes on some of the technical reports submitted that will have to be addressed. This is a brief summary of the comments received from the public to date. I will note that the public comments will be circulated to council in their entirety following the public meeting. The issues outlined on the screen in front of you is just a snapshot to give an idea of some of those high-level issues that have been raised. So they include things like traffic impact and parking, the impact of having increased users on the beachfront, environmental impacts and the loss of trees, the lack of green space proposed within the development, the impact of the proposed dwelling types on the community character, the concerns with the proposed density being that it's too high, and concerns about the redesignation and rezoning of the commercial component of the application in advance of completion of the West Wasaga secondary plan. So I would encourage any members of the public, if they continue to have any additional comments following this public meeting, to submit them to the clerk. And if anyone has any questions about the details of the application following this public meeting, please reach out to me. My contact information is on the screen. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. We will now ask for the consultants for the developer to come forward. Or we have them online to make their presentation. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. So good morning. My name is Brandy Clement with the Jones Consulting Group, and I am here this morning on behalf of our clients who own the lands at 31 Lions Court to discuss the applications that they have submitted to the town. Also with me today are some key individuals or members of our consulting team, and we will all be here to answer any questions that the public or council may have following the presentation. So staff prepared a very detailed presentation. I won't go into detail on this slide, just to show again the location of the lands having the majority of frontage on Mosley Street. This is a rendering of the concept plan. There's a total of 306 units that are proposed across the entire site. This will be on a private network. It's broken into two different sides, the west side and the east side. So the west side has 68 traditional townhouses, and those are showing in the gray and the blue on the screen. There are 92 proposed back-to-back townhouses showing in the orange and pinky colors. So that's a total of 164 units on the west side. There is one access point in this location to Mosley Street, as well as a secondary access point to Lions Court. On the east side, we have a total of 142 townhouse units. There are 78 of the proposed traditional townhouse units, as well as 64 back-to-back townhouse units. The access to the east side is proposed in two locations onto Mosley Street, both lining up directly with the roadways to the north on the north side of Mosley Street. Overall, the density proposed is 38 units per net hectare approximately, where the town official plan notes that medium density should generally not exceed 37 units per net hectare. So we are just a little bit over that threshold. There are two different stormwater management areas. One's provided in this location, somewhat on the northeast side of the west block. And that is for the west side of the plan. On the east side of the plan, there is a stormwater management area in the northeast corner. There are two parkettes that are proposed, one on the west side and one on the east side. And as has already been noted, there's a large environmental protection block, which is in the middle of the plan. This identifies there's a wetland on the property, as well as it includes the associated buffers with that wetland. And this area has been refined through an environmental impact study that was submitted as part of the applications. There's also a drainage channel for the municipality that runs on the west side of the environmental protection lands, running north-south. We also have 46 visitor parking spaces that are included on the west side of the plan and 41 on the east side of the plan. This is the proposed draft plan of subdivision. The yellow areas are showing the residential blocks. The light green is the environmental protection area. It also is including the drainage area as well as the stormwater management block. This area makes up approximately 40% of the site. The gray area is showing the roadways as well as the visitor parking that I mentioned earlier. The darker green, if you can see that on your screen in these areas, is where the amenity spaces are. As part of the subdivision, there's also a requirement from the town of a 3-meter wide widening on the road along Mosley Street. So the entire frontage of Mosley Street, there will be a 3-meter road widening dedication. And we're also proposing within the gray area sidewalks throughout the site that will allow for the pedestrian movements. So these are the preliminary renderings of the architectural designs. The 2-story or the traditional units being on the top of the slide and the proposed back-to-back at the bottom of the slide. The overall theme is a modern farmhouse design. This combines the traditional elements of a steeper roof line, the gables, as well as natural materials that will be used with a contemporary flair, thereby creating more of an appealing aesthetic. The white or the lighter siding elements combined with the darker black trim or the windows and the roof line to create a visually sharp contrast. A masonry base, anchors the units of the facades that gives that traditional farm building look. There's large windows that are proposed with a modern geometry, which adds that contemporary and distinguished presence. Natural materials are proposed, such as wood siding, timber details, stone or brick base, and glass, which allows the facade to blend in further with the landscape and the natural environment. The dwellings will not be larger than 3 stories in height, and that is for the back-to-back townhouses. The traditional townhouses will be 2 stories in height, and there will also be various landscaping features that are provided throughout the development. This slide gives you an idea of what the end units will look like. So they are more of an upgraded end unit to be more aesthetically pleasing in the design for both the traditional townhouses being on the top of the slide and the back-to-back being on the bottom of the slide. So as mentioned, there's 3 applications that we've submitted. The official plan amendment application will designate the lands to recognize a high density on the property, as well as the natural hazard areas in the middle. The zoning amendment will recognize where the residential type 3 exception zone is on the lands, as well as the environmental protection zone. And then the draft plan of subdivision essentially identifies a number of blocks on the plan that facilitates the development. The lands will develop by way of a plan of condominium moving forward. So generally, in my opinion, the proposed development conforms with the Place to Grow growth plan, and it is consistent with the provincial policy statement. I have outlined some of the policies in this slide, but certainly these are discussed in much more detail in the planning justification report that was submitted with the applications. The lands are designated settlements and adjacent to the built boundary in the county's official plan. This is the submitted schedule for the official plan amendment. As was mentioned, the lands are designated currently residential. The majority of the land's residential, and then there is a parcel or a block on the west side that is designated as district commercial. The lands in the area in the dots on the plan identifies where the residential high density will be located, and then the rest of the lands being the natural hazards. And this is the schedule that outlines the zoning bylaw amendment that we are requesting. Again, the current zone being commercial district holding provision, as well as development on the majority of the lands. So you can see on here, again, where we're recognizing the environmental protection lands in the middle of the site, and the rest being the R3-XX. Now the XX is referring to exceptions that we are requesting. This slide identifies the exceptions that are being requested to the development standards in the zoning bylaw. Generally, being that the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw is quite old, from the early 2000s, there are certain housing types that were not contemplated at the time of that bylaw being created. Certainly those being smaller townhouse units and definitely back-to-back townhouse units. So as such, there are a number of exceptions that we are requesting to facilitate the development that we are proposing. and to facilitate the housing styles that we're proposing at that density that I mentioned previously. All of the exceptions that we're requesting, and I'm not going to go into those in great detail right now, those are identified in the yellow, where the required development standards are noted in this column, and then the difference or the variation between the required and the proposed on the far right side. With regard to servicing, water and sewer from the development will connect to the existing services that are located in Mosley Street. The west stormwater management block is within the town's drainage channel, and that drainage channel connects the Bay Sands subdivision to the south, to Georgian Bay to the north, through Mosley Street and the 67th Street improvements. The west block then outlets to this pond. The east stormwater management block is a combination of underground storage for quantity purposes and an oil grit separator for quality purposes. And then all other utilities are provided to the site where available. With regard to traffic, the traffic impact study that was prepared and submitted in support of the applications concluded that there are no improvements that are required along Mosley Street to accommodate the development in the current conditions. Regarding the future road widening that I mentioned of 3 meters along Mosley Street, the traffic study notes that this will significantly improve traffic in this area. The development provides various pedestrian and cyclist connections throughout onto the public roadway, and the parking spaces that are being provided are per the requirements in the zoning bylaw, the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw. So in conclusion, the proposed applications conform to the applicable policies of the A Place to Grow growth plan. They are consistent with the provincial policy statement. They conform to the policies of the county's official plan as well as the town's official plan. The development's compatible with the surrounding land uses and will utilize the lands efficiently at an appropriate scale. It will provide additional housing supply within the municipality on smaller lots and smaller units that will accommodate various people at different stages of their lives. Lands are within the settlement boundary. They're adjacent to the built-up boundary. The development utilizes existing and proposed infrastructure, and it avoids negative impact within the environmental protection lands. And it creates an opportunity to allow for intensification within the city and creating a complete community, or assisting in creating a complete community. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Brandy. We'll now ask Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public registered in advance to make oral submissions today's meeting?
Thank you, Worship. We do. And the first registration I have is Christine Skaki. She is joining us via Zoom, so I'll just have you turn on your video there.
Christine, are you with us?
Oh, she's just left the room, so we'll carry on for now. If she joins, I'll let you know. Next, I have 2 submissions, but I'll call them up individually. We'll first start with Gloria Amos.
Good morning, Gloria. I'm going to ask you to come forward and just push the silver button on the mic there. Excellent. Thank you and good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gloria Amos, and I reside at 1905 Shore Lane. And I guess I'll keep this short because I'm not sure how many minutes we have. So I'll start with, my concerns are, if the developer is granted this request to build 306 units, how will the town deal with the extra demand on Mosley, given that it's already saturated with only 2 lanes? Second, I know they're building a storm sewer. I want to know what the time frame for the town building the storm sewer to serve this area, and who will pay for this, and what will the developer be allowed to start clear cutting and building before the storm sewer is complete? Number 3, will the area be clear cut of trees, and if so, what is the town's tree replacement policy, given that the loss of thus many mature trees will affect the drainage and the erosion. Not sure how many minutes I have here, so,
You keep going, we'll tell you when you're done.
okay. So I'll jump to the actual rezoning, because that's a very important thing for me. I really feel that the land, the parcel of land that is commercial should remain commercial. The land should remain that way to coincide with the town's goal of a 15-minute community concept that's in the works, being e.g. walking or biking to your grocery store, bank, entertainment center, etc. The west end of Wasaga Beach community has none of the amenities needed to service this area, and I think everybody knows that. We have nothing down there. Our community, as our community grows, we'll need this commercial property to deliver these services. Please consider leaving the land commercial so that we can make the 15-minute community concept a reality. It's my understanding that the commercial development also returns more tax base than the residential. I also have a petition that I don't guess it goes to the planning. I know it wasn't registered. I didn't realize that you had to do that, so I'm hoping that you'll accept the petition. It's rather small, and this brings me to know that this letter was sent out December 7th to the residents. I would say 50% of the residents in our area are cottage people, so they're not here, so they don't have a voice with this. I think that's rather unfair for our community, because how will they know? How can they be here? And I would say a good 10% are seniors, and they're in the south right now as well. So the timing of this letter going out, and also I did a survey. I actually photocopied 100 copies myself and delivered them to the area. Most of the people didn't even get a letter that are there. So that's why I took it upon myself to do this petition. If I can pass it off to whoever gets it, if you'll accept it.
Yeah, so what we'll need to do here, because it's not registered, is I think we'll need a motion from council to accept that and refer it to staff. So if I could have a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor White, Councillor Timms. All in favor? That's unanimous.
Thank you so much.
So we will receive that.
And I also have copies. I know people sent in letters with their concerns. I do have a copy of their letters just in case it got sort of fallen down behind somebody's desk, perhaps. Can I add that in the package?
We keep all our desks away from the wall so that doesn't happen, but you can just
I
add
like
that to the
that.
petition
I like
and
that.
hand that in to us as well.
Okay, excellent.
All right.
And I think I'll pass it off to other people that probably have, I have many other ones, but we don't want to duplicate it.
All right, if you just want to hand that petition to our deputy clerk over there to your left.
Thank you, everyone, for
Thank-
listening, and I hope that we can remain a smaller community that's sustainable, not 306 townhouses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have Christine back in the chat group here on Zoom, so I'll ask if Christine, you still wish to turn on your camera and make comments at today's meeting. Christine Skaki?
Good morning, Christine, and welcome.
Hi, Christine, can you hear us?
All right, Madam Deputy Clerk,
Okay.
we'll move on and see if we can bring Christine back again.
Yep, no problem. Okay, so next I have Jennifer Bombas.
Good morning, Jennifer, and welcome.
Good morning. I'm not very good at public speaking, so bear with me here. Thank you to Town Council for the opportunity to share my comments. Originally, I was to join via Zoom because I only learned about this development on Tuesday, like many of my neighbors. Most people don't know. So this is coming as a surprise. I live on Shore Lane, 1 block directly north, and as mentioned, just recently found out through word of mouth and through Gloria. I've also signed the petition. I'm surprised that the developer had not posted a visual billboard picture of the planned subdivision that's planned. I noticed just in the last week there actually has been an additional notification put up, but prior to that, there was only just a scan, QR scan when people are driving past, and it's really difficult to, hold your phone out the car to look at what would be planned. So basically, I wasn't able to locate many documents and start to dig in, and was able to dig into this until I went to the council website. So it seems very strange to me that there is a little lack of transparency to some of the people in the neighborhood when I dug into the details. But in any regard, my main concern here is when I look at MPAC, and obviously I'm not a planner, so this is kind of a bit of a rough estimate. When I compare the same size of parcel land immediately north of Moseley, where I live, I can see there are roughly about 100 homes, on the west and the east side, in comparison to the same size of land across. But again, probably need to dig into the details. But it's low density, very low density. Fremont is wanting to triple this number in sort of the equivalent space. And so, this is really without any regard to the community that exists there. 144 houses where on the east side, and there's maybe 60 houses across, and then on the west side, 164 houses, and there are 40 or 50 homes. And they're not large lots, they're average to small size lots right now. So really, we are already seeing overflow from Moseley onto Shore Lane. I live on Shore Lane. I work from home, and my office looks right onto the street. And in the summer, during the seasonality, when the population swells 2 or 3 times, it's car after car after car already. And it is a bit dangerous because people don't always stop at the stop sign. And I know some of people who live here as well have experienced there's been accidents when people driving through the stop sign. So, there are some concerns here. So we'd like to know from town council, how are we going to have the safety of the community being brought into mind as we, obviously do want to develop the area, but we want it to be consistent, and like a sustainable growth for Wasaga, which we all love and live. So, just looking at that, when introducing possible 600 vehicles, or even 400 vehicles entering and exiting numerous times on Moseley, I just don't agree with the traffic assessment that was done. And I think the date was January 2022. Was the casino considered in mind with this? Was the seasonality considered in mind with this? And so already that will flow over to Shore Lane. So what do we have, what plan do we have in place in order to ensure that the safety of the community is mined for cyclists, bicyclists, and people wanting to cross. They're going to be living in a community that is close to the beach. They want to go to the beach like we all do. So what is the safety for the new people coming in, and how do we ensure that everyone is safe? So, the other point is property values could be adversely affected when high-density housing units are built in an area where low-density housing units prevail, because population density can exacerbate some of the local traffic congestion and crime, which reduces property values. So how can we protect the current owners? Urban sprawl has occurred largely because landowners and developers have made choices to promote their own economic interests and personal interests, which do not necessarily coincide with the public good. So my requests is to really consider this plan with all the variances. Originally it was 116 homes. It's now 306 homes. There's no green space, 0 green space allotted. It was supposed to be 30% green space. We've already lost all the green space at 62nd Street, and there's lack of safety there too with the new development that went in. So, in the current plan that's being proposed with the variances, this is not going to add to our community. It's going to detract from it, in my opinion. I think some of my neighbors share this sentiment. So, how can we co-create something that's going to add value for everyone, so that we continue to prosper as a community? My question is, can we also consider to implement a permit-only parking system for residents of Wasaga Beach, specifically north of Moseley across all of our beaches, similar to Tiny Township? The situation is right now, often in the summer, we have many non-residents that come out to enjoy our, pay for parking spaces, but they also overflow to many of the residential streets. They park on the grass, of people's grass. Even when there's a curb, they will park on the grass. And unfortunately, because we don't have the infrastructure to support, we don't have receptacles, there's no garbages, sometimes people leave stuff behind, and they don't respect our community because they don't live here. We want everyone to enjoy the beaches, but, you know, treat it as your home, right? So there is a proven business case in Tiny Township. Permits are allowed for two cars per home. This is added revenue for the city, you know, and it would allow all of the residents of Wasaga Beach to come and, you know, who live here and be able to enjoy the beaches along with other non-residents who can go to the paper parking. And we should expand Beach 1 and start to have that, you know, as a center for people to congregate around. So that's my main point there. And then, yeah, so increased revenue for the town. And my last question was really, you know, when the consulting assessment was done, you know, did it account for the seasonality, right? Because similar to Collingwood, these swells is, you know, 70,000, 80,000 people in the summertime on a weekend. You know, it's not 20,000 people that are driving across Moseley. It's much more. So, you know, anyone that lives on the west side trying to go to the, the east side trying to go into the west side, you don't go. You know, you try and run your errands on a Thursday, or, you know, you're taking Shore Lane, and then, you know, everyone else is doing the same thing. So I just ask for council to consider these points. Thank you.
Well, thank you. For someone who doesn't speak publicly, you did great. Madam Clerk, or Deputy Clerk, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next, I have Lena Perelman. I think we just lost her off of Zoom, so I'll move on for now, and if she joins us, we'll try that again. Next after, I have Murat Rabinovic. No? Okay, and we'll move on to Kathleen Caswell, and she's joining us via Zoom, Your Worship.
Thank you. Good morning, Kathleen, and welcome. I think you're on mute.
Just on mute, Kathleen.
You look
Okay.
exactly like I look when I'm looking for the mute button.
Your Worship and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak for a moment. Everybody's got a different point of view. I am very much in favor of increasing density in our community. That is one of the main ways to create affordable housing and also to reduce sprawl. We're going to need to build up rather than out. Many of us do enjoy single-family homes with a lot of space around us. That's old business. That's the old way of doing business. Now we need to consider more density. So I'm very much in favor of most of the changes that they want. My concern is more around the environment and a couple of things. I just wanted to, so my question is, in that section that is supposed to be left green, I just want to ask, do all the trees remain, or is there some cleaning out going to be done? Is it going to be left very natural? Secondly, in regarding to active transportation, has there been consideration from the town? Brandy mentioned cycle paths, so I'd really like to know if there's going to be a connection to our existing trail system. I bike around, I live in the West End, just north of Moseley, and I bike around a lot, and there's a great cycle path just south, that can be connected to just south of the new proposed subdivision. So in regards to more about the environment, I did look through the document that's provided, the environment assessment document. And one of the questions is, I thought that a standard buffer away from wetlands was supposed to be 30 meters. I believe that I read that the NBCA has agreed to make it 15 meters. I don't know if that's everywhere in Wasaga or just this particular community. So that's one area I'd like to explore and to know more about. The document that I read, which was dated in December 2021, is the only one I could find. And it does make comment on page 7, there's not enough room with the current design of the stormwater management pond, drainage channel, and site plan to provide a minimum setback of 15 meters. This is where ecological offsetting is needed. So I just wanted to make sure that that has been taken into account. Also on page 9, the NVCA requested a term of reference for the ecological offsetting strategy. It stated that consultation with the NVCA staff is needed to further the process. So I'm hoping that that could be responded to. Have they been consulted in that regard? And then moving on to an area called the Mosley Street Community Design. I didn't know we had such a thing. I'd like to know if I can get a copy of that. And then it has a lot of information about natural heritage features, the habitat of endangered and threatened species, and significant wildlife habitat. So obviously we all know it contains a wetland feature. And so there is some talk about just, what's in that. So there are butternut trees, which are significant. And I think there's only 2 of them. And I don't know if this is a rumor. Somebody said they had to knock down one of them. I'd like that confirmed. Will we have 1 or 2 butternut trees remaining? Sounds rather minor. Also, we have an endangered animal called the Western chorus frog. We are leaving, I know there's some wetland going to be left, but I wonder if there's been some study to say, will that be enough for that endangered frog to survive? And is there any plans for making sure it does? And lastly, there's something about a black ash mineral deciduous swamp. Will it continue to function after the proposed construction is completed? Okay, one more thing. There are 4 endangered birds, not hatched, a warbler and an ovenbird. I want to know how well that they are going to be looked after. A lot of this document that I read, the environmental assessment document, makes the point that because the Baywater Bay Sand subdivision has eaten up a lot of the land south of this development, that therefore we don't need to protect this development as much because it's under 20 hectares and they've already scared away the animals. So we might as well just continue and build. Well, but that kind of mindset, has got to stop now that we know how much we've decreased the diversity of our nature. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Worship. I have Anna Ferrara.
Good morning and welcome, Anna.
Morning. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to express a few points of concern for myself and my family. We've owned a cottage on 63rd Street North since 1987. And we visited the beach long before that. And we've seen a lot of change happen in Wasaga Beach. Some of it great, some of it good, and sometimes some of it isn't so good. I am very concerned about this proposed project and the density that it will bring to an area that has been in the past single unit homes. And like the previous speaker, these are not large lots that are located on the other side of Mosley. And if I had my ideal situation, I would prefer to keep it like that, but I suppose that's not realistic. I do understand there's a need for housing and affordable housing at that. I have 2 young adults who live with me who are always concerned about their ability to purchase a home. So I can understand that all communities need this. Wasaga Beach has always been considered a beach town. However, in the last, I'd say 15 years, we've seen a proliferation of subdivisions, and oftentimes that's introduced cookie cutter homes that look like they belong in the GTA and not necessarily Wasaga Beach. I have also found that the waterfront has been increasingly filled with what I'm going to call mega homes that cast long shadows on adjacent homes and block the views to the beautiful waters of the bay. With regards to this development, I'm specifically concerned again about the density proposed, the height of the units, the potential for added traffic. At a minimum, we're looking at an additional 306 vehicles, and more likely much more than that. Is the city planning on any additional traffic lights along Moseley to accommodate the need for these vehicles to enter and exit the new development? Is there any sort of proposal for crosswalks so that people can safely cross Moseley, which becomes a very busy roadway during the summer months, and it is busy even now. I'm concerned about the impact on city services such as garbage, the community center, snow removal, policing, public transit, and hospital and medical services that are available to residents of the area. As a resident of 63rd Street, we went through years of having flooding happen every time it rained, and that was finally rectified 2 years ago with the work that was done along Shore Lane. I am concerned that doing this work to this proposed site will leave us in a position where once again we may have water runoff happening. I'm also concerned about the impact on the waterfront. More people means more mess. So what sort of plan is there to deal with that sort of situation? Also, is there a potential that there'll be erosion to the beachfront with additional stormwater runoff from the development? Another concern that I have is that developments such as this lend themselves to short-term rentals like Airbnb. I already have properties on the street that are regularly listed on Airbnb, and I think when you do housing like townhomes, it's inevitable you're going to get that sort of thing happening. So what is the city proposing along those lines? Once a yes is granted to this development, what's next? Are you going to shorten the lots, put in condo developments around the area? Again, most people in the community are cottagers, and like others, most people wouldn't have known about this, so the timing of the meeting is unfortunate, and perhaps there should be a second meeting held when more people are in the area and are aware of what's being proposed in terms of this area. And I'm concerned about the impact on market values for current cottage owners and the impact on our property taxes as a result of this development. And that's it. Thank you. Sorry about the squeaky voice. I'm not a regular public speaker.
No worries, Anna. Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. That concludes my list of advance registrations, but I'll pass it on to you for any members of the audience here today.
All right, so we will open it up to the floor briefly, but if you've already heard, if you want to come forward and make comment or ask a question, I just ask that if you've already heard it or the comment's been made, that you please not come forward. But if there's something someone else here today wishes to add, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and we will hear you. Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Terry Bedford. I I sent in my comments, but I did want to make, after hearing everyone, I did want to make a couple of things. Regarding the target.
Sorry, Jerry, I just need your address as well for the record.
3266th Street.
Thank you.
I'm third generation Wasaga Beach, so sorry, and if I call it Wasaga Beach, that's from when I was a kid. It's just, I can't get used to that Wasaga Beach. I try, but anyway, the target market. Who's this development targeting? My concern is, when we were talking about affordable housing, I realize affordable housing is, it's something that's needed. But because of the proximity to the beach with this high-density development, it seems unlikely to be affordable housing. It'll likely have a premium price tag because everything that sells in that area says steps to the beach, everything. So are seniors the target? But the plan involves higher than normal buildings, which seem more suited to younger families than seniors, because they're multi-levels and they're much higher. They're another, I wonder if that's because maybe the basements aren't, there's too much water or whatever, but there's going to be more levels, more stairs. However, the lack of green space does not seem to cater to children. Why is green space being reduced instead of prioritized? And many other elements involved in this development sound unappealing for the home buyer. There's no backyard. There's virtually no front yard. Now, there is backyard in I'm talking about the back-to-backs. There's not much front yard. The air conditioner placement may have to be in the front yard. And my other concern, I won't read everything I have because you've already been given it, but tourism being our basic industry, we're known for this 14 kilometers of freshwater beach and trails. And visitors coming to the beach via Highway 26, one of the main gateways, there are others, but that's one of the main ones, would have a first impression colored by high-density development, which seems at odds with the culture of the town. High-density housing, to me, is, and I've heard, is generally more suited to urban areas. If it's needed at Wasaga Beach, wouldn't it make more sense for it to be located where box stores are, or the arena, or the library? Or, I don't know, maybe there's other land further back. On the other hand, mixed residential housing with appropriate green space would add to the beautification of the town and would be much more in line with strategic priorities, and likely more desirable for people hoping to move to Wasaga Beach. And then the traffic congestion, that's been mentioned before, so I'm not going to get into that. I am a little bit concerned when seeing the diagrams and when they were showing the pictures of the proposals. Unless I missed something, they looked very nice, but there weren't 16. They didn't show what a 16 would look like. I thought the most they showed was 8, or 6, sorry. So they wanted, I'm gathering from the information I've received, that they wanted 16, which would make it 32 back to back. And they weren't really showing 16 and then a break. Or 8 and then a break. And the other thing that has been a concern is the individual, in the diagram where they have the roads and whatnot within the subdivision. And I'm sure the fire department and that sort of thing is, they look at all that and they look into it. But access, with these 16 back-to-back, is access for fire, emergency, should there have to be an evacuation? All that sort of thing. I'm assuming that the fire department looks into, like, before things are approved, there has to be enough room for all this. And so, thank you for listening to me. I feel very strongly about this, about the, I've been here a long time. Progress, I have no problem with building more houses. I went along Ramblewood the other day, and there's lovely houses being built there. I just don't understand why in this one, this proposed, it has to be all townhouses. Why couldn't there be mixed residential? Why couldn't there be a bit more green space so that when people come through and come into town, they say, oh, I haven't been here for years, but isn't it pretty? You know, anyway, thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to come forward and add something new? Good morning. Can I have your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Sophie. I'm a resident in 1835 Shoreline.
All right. Your last name, Sophie?
Tsarkovska.
Thank you.
So most of the things were already said. I just want to get to the commercial. We need to keep the land as commercial, by my opinion, because as Gloria mentioned, on our west end, we have almost nothing. So if we need to, let's say we need to go to do groceries in Walmart, certainly we are not going to Wasaga Beach on the east end, we are going to Collingwood. So we don't have any medical centers here. We don't have a bank on our side. We have only the Scotia Bank on the east side. So I think that keeping this as commercial and building maybe a small, how do I say, a mall or something with grocery store or medical center, bank, will help us a lot. Because now we are giving away our money to another town instead of keeping the money in our city. Another concern is what I've seen, maybe I'm wrong, but I saw 77 visitor parking spots. So if they're gonna build 306 houses, 77 visitor parkings are not enough. So we already seen, as Jen said, people are parking on the side streets, on the green grass, that we are, it belongs to the city, but we are taking care to look nice. So this will impact the safety as well of the residents, our kids. Also the traffic, it was already said about traffic, but I just want to bring up that most of the time I spend here, and I see during the rush hours, Shore Lane is getting very busy. It's not safe. People are speeding, especially in the summertime. So now, if they're going to build 360 on average, let's say there will be two cars per household, all the east traffic will come on Shore Lane. So it's already like a highway. It's very busy. It's not safe. I have a 5-year-old kid and my neighbors. We are scared to go for a walk or ride a bike because it's already a safety concern. And this will generate even more traffic, and it's gonna be very, we're not gonna be safe to go out or just to cross the shoreline and go to the beach. It's already very scary. About the green space, I saw that they're gonna have some little parks. I don't know how big they're gonna be, but if there is like one child per household, that's already over 300 kids. Is that gonna be enough for the kids the space will be enough for the kids to play? Or they're gonna have to, like even now, if I wanna take my daughter to a playground, we're going to the street here, the Blueberry Trail, or we're going all the way, I don't know exactly what's the name, there is a sports center there. We go there because there is nothing around. That's another thing why we have to especially keep the land that is commercial. My opinion is to stay commercial. I don't think that we have to give up on that land, because we really need it on the west side. And now with the traffic also, so I'm on the 64th Street. If I need to turn left to go on the east side, it's already very hard to turn left, so we take shore lane. You can drive, like there is no speed limit, so I don't even know how much it's allowed. I guess 50 per hour to drive on shore lane, which is people are driving 70 and more. So we have to, that's one reason why we're deciding to go to Collingwood and spend our money there, because it's faster for us than going on the east side. We can't even exit our side roads to get to Mosley, especially if we need to turn left, even right, so we're cutting on other streets. So the traffic, the green space, the rezoning, I'm against that. And otherwise, I do support the development. I do think that we need more people to come. We have to think about developing other things in the city, because personally, I'm thinking for the last 3 years to move to Wasaga, but then when I see what is Wasaga offering for young families, like with young kids, there is not much opportunity. There's not many jobs. For people who are working for home, it's fine. But let's say if we keep that land as commercial and we build a mall or something, we can bring more jobs. And it's really a necessity for the people of the West End. So that's all I have. Thank you so much for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk? I have a ton of them here, but thank you. And my apologies for my coughing, but life will go on. I'm sorry? Yeah. Anybody else here wishing to come forward? Please come forward, sir. State your name and address for the record. You're next. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name is Robert Cleveley. I live on 35 64th Street. And I was quite pleased to see my letter got listed, all the comments that I had before. Listening to the person from Jones, I was a little confused. I missed a few of the things she was saying. It sounded like the developers are going to actually work on the road themselves, make it wider. I could not understand whether she implied that that was the case. But that's something I would have liked to have found out. I've been coming to Wasaga since 1974, and I've enjoyed the beach, and I've seen it when it was 2 feet wide and when it was 40 feet wide, and back and forth. We now live here permanently for the last 11 years. I think I need to mention that I'm feeling that the quality of life that I'm going to have here is reducing. We've already heard from people about the parking, and I know that you're actually doing some kind of study on parking, which is great, on 68th Street to find something or other. Something that someone hasn't mentioned is that often the parking is on both sides enough that you couldn't even get a fire truck or an ambulance down. Now, the 306 units on the other side, some of those people aren't going to just walk out like large amounts of zombies and come across and down our streets and use the beach. They're going to drive down there, so we're going to have even more. I was surprised. My wife told me that she overheard people in Collingwood actually saying, oh yes, we need to go down to 64th Street. They've got a really good beach. And then, of course, they're all filled with BMWs and Volvos and all those people who could afford to actually go down to Beach 6 or 5 or 4 and park. One of the concerns I have, I come from a traffic safety background, a driving instructor for 33 years. I'm on 64th, so I'm right opposite one of the entrances. And as someone mentioned already, making a left turn off 64th Street's interesting, but you can still do it right now. My concern with where they've placed the entrances is it's right across the street from 64th, 65th, and 68th. Now, those are going to be private roads, but the people driving out of there are going to think that they have the same right-of-way as the people on regular public roads on the other side. And even if you put that third lane down the middle, the third lane is only there basically to allow Moseley to move smoothly. It's not going to make a major help in people trying to get onto the roads in the first place. And in fact, many years ago, I was surprised when my driving examiner explained to me that actually it's illegal to turn onto the middle lane, the multiple turn lane. You can use it to get off a road, but it's illegal to turn on. So most people trying to get onto that road with the third lane, they're actually breaking the law, and if anything happens, their insurance is going to call them at fault. But compound the issue with having the entrances coming right across the other side. That's going to compound the problems and legal and possibly the crash rate in that area. I don't appreciate the fact that there's going to be another 500 to 1,000 people, depending on the niceness of the day and the weekend, filling up the beach that we already have. Again, quality of life aspect. I do understand that, the beach is free for everybody. Well, except for a prior counselor's wife who thinks that they own part of the beach in the park. It's amazing what you hear when you go to a hairdresser's. Not me, my wife.
Me either.
I'd like to know, they were going to make that large water reservoir for runoff, which is absolutely necessary because you basically are putting a slab of asphalt and cement and shingles on a piece of land. Is any of the water going to be diverted to those large sluice areas on 62nd and 70th? And in which case we've got asphalt oil and shingle pieces and all kinds of other stuff that might make it to the beach. I don't know if that's the case. If that whole reservoir is supposed to hold it all, that's all right. 306 houses. Well, as it turns out, we have friends who lived in one of those triplexes. And they actually had to buy a queen-size bed that folded in two, just so you could get it up the stairs to their bedroom in the third floor. Nobody had any place to put their snow on that's on their driveways. And someone mentioned about that 91 or 71 guest parking spaces isn't enough. Well, from our friends' experience, all the people who lived there used the guest parking spaces because they had no place to put the snow in their driveway because their front yards are so small. So I'm also thinking in terms of the lifestyle for those people who are going to be moving there in the first place. Regular townhouses, like that patch of stuff that's at the bottom of 62nd South, the 10 houses on a little patch of land, that's even better than what's being proposed. So I personally don't believe that the people will, I suspect half of the people who move into those three places will either be renting it to somebody else or wanting to move in the first year because it isn't much of a quality of life aspect. I think, although you've got the rest of the things that I wrote in my letter and also what other people have mentioned, it is a concern. I do realize that you do have to, we do have to make room for people. But we have a place that looks like nature. And I don't want a place that looks like Mississauga. I used to live in Mississauga when it was nice. Now, we don't need something that looks like urban sprawl. And on top of that, of course, you've got the problem of, where you're going to put the schools and where's the doctors going to be and all these other people that are moving as well. It just seems like, well, I worked in the Ajax area as well, and it used to be
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up
okay.
now, if you don't mind. Thank you.
It used to be 12,000 people. It's now 100 and something odd thousand people, and there's not enough for anybody. By 3:30 in the afternoon, you can't go anywhere. It takes forever, ever. So, finally, one more question I do have. When you designate it as environmental, that area there, environmental protected, how well can we keep it environmentally protected? At some point in time, and I'm not going to get political, but at some point in time, some mayor, other than yourself, might do a Doug Ford and say, we don't need water, wetlands, let's just pave over that too. So it's always nice and good that you put that environmental protection thing in, but how long will it last? Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. All right, anyone else who wishes to, we have another gentleman, come on forward.
I thought my wife was going to do it, but I guess I am.
You're on the spot now.
Oh, yeah, you got me.
You better get it right.
Well, I'm
Good morning.
not going to be that long. My name is Frank Greenwood. I live at 1896 Shore Lane, which is between 67th and 66th Street on the water.
Welcome.
Thank you. My concern is mainly all of the ones that have already been voiced. We're not going to go through that again. But my main concern is the beach, of course, because I live on it already now in the long weekends especially. I'm out there warring with people on my backyard because they don't think it is my backyard. But I just don't think that's going to put extra pressure there as well. And the parking around our streets is not adequate for the people who want to park there. And nothing against the parking authorities, but they can't handle it. They couldn't get enough tow trucks to handle it. So that's one concern. But a major concern I have in all these developments, and I think this one is one that should not even happen, is that our infrastructure is not capable of handling all this new development that you've already approved. And it's massive that's going on. We don't have the schools, we don't have the hospitals, we don't have the doctors, and yet you're going to add this pressure in this area to that whole thing. We can't stop what's already happened, but maybe we can stop this one until you can get infrastructure in line with the population that we have. It's important to our families, it's important to our kids, it's important to everyone. So I'd like you to take that in serious consideration, not to add any more development until you deal with infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would encourage anybody who feels that way about infrastructure to please write to the province as well, because it is the province that puts these pressures on us through Places to Grow and gives us numbers that we have to meet, and it's also the province who often can give us money to help with infrastructure, so it's a great comment. Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to make a comment that we haven't heard or a question that hasn't spoken? Come on forward. Good morning, and ask that you state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Patrick Berry, 334 Wildwood Drive. Welcome. Thank you for having this meeting today. I just want to ask about a correction to the plans or the presentation submitted by the woman this morning. She said that the reduction in green space, where it was required to be 30%. And they were proposing 0 green space, and the reduction, I believe they said, was 30%?
You're referring to Ms. Caswell, who was a speaker. She spoke about 15 meters versus 30 meters, but I don't think we heard that from the planner. Doug, did you want to touch on that?
There was a comment about green space where she said required, I'm sorry?
The landscape, 30%, it's down to 0.
It's down to 0? And then she said that that was a 30% reduction?
I'll let our Director of Planning speak to that.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council, and Patrick. I'll answer the question on behalf of Ms. Clement, who spoke to us from Jones Consulting. The request from the developer, the current zoning bylaw requires 30% of the lot to be landscaped, meaning typically it means green grass. And what the developer is proposing is to have 0% landscaping and 100% coverage. Now, that's not for every of the proposed townhouses. I believe it's for the back-to-back proposed townhouses where there would be no rear yard. The buildings would actually touch each other at the back. So there's a very upper tier explanation of what is
agenda
proposed.
submission. Can you go down to her chart proposed?
We're just going to ask that you bring that up on the screen then so everyone can see it.
30% reduction? Yeah, that's for the landscape. Okay, and it says it's a 30% increase?
So, sir, I'm going to ask you to direct your questions this way.
Yeah, I've just got to get my glasses on so I can see. Can you put that up on the screen? Chris?
Yeah, we'll do that for you here.
It says landscape open space, minimum 30%. A reduction proposed is to 0%. And that they said that that is a 30% decrease. I respectfully submit that it's a 100% decrease, not 30% as indicated on the chart in question. Okay?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, we don't need it now. Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward who hasn't spoken already with respect to this? Please come forward. State your name and address for the record, please, and good morning.
Good morning, sir. My name is Debbie Lebrecq, and I live at 84 62nd Street South.
Welcome, Debbie.
Thank you very much. I come here this morning with my neighbor. Her name is Helga. She's lived in Wasaga Beach for over 60 years. She lives on 62nd Street South as well. She lives at the corner property that is adjacent with all of the new housing that has been built at the end of 62nd Street South. So this is going to affect her as well as it's going to affect myself as well. Our biggest concern is that if you remove, we don't know exactly, based on looking at the map, it's very difficult to see because our lot's back onto the treed areas. So I don't know if that's environmentally protected land, or if it's not, will they leave some of the trees there to kind of not clear cut everything, so at least there's kind of protection between the fence line where all of the houses are in 62nd Street South, backing on to whatever is going to be built. And Helga has been affected greatly because of those 10 houses that are being built already at the end of our street. This lady watches deer that come into her property every day, feeds the animals. She's been part of the community for over 60 years, and to be affected this way with the 10 houses, now she's going to be affected with everything else. We've been dealing with a lot of the traffic, and it's been said before, and I hate to reiterate it again, but it is going to be disastrous. Trying to cross with little kids on that. Thank goodness we have a crosswalk, but it is going to be very difficult. I left Clearview Township to come to Wasaga and to enjoy the beautiful Wasaga Beach. And I do admit, I go to Collingwood to do my shopping because it is much easier to go to Collingwood than it is to go to the other end of Wasaga Beach. And I bring, with Helga, her feelings are the same, and we just want to, our concern is if they're going to be the construction off of 62nd Street South, will they at least keep some of the if it's not the environmental protected land, is there at least keep some of the trees to at least keep a distance between the land of 62nd Street South backyards, so we're not looking at having the 3-level townhome looking directly into our backyards? Or do I have to start planting trees now to at least give us some privacy and not having them look directly into our backyards? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Folks, I don't know if you've noticed, but our planning staff here are writing fiercely, so they're capturing all of your questions, and this information will be put out at a later date, so you'll have answers and information on this. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak to this matter that hasn't spoken? Or hasn't heard what has already been said? All right, I'll ask one more time. Anyone? All right. I'll now ask members of council if they have any comments or questions with respect to this development. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just some comments on some of the comments I've been hearing, in my opinion. I noticed that the traffic assessment was done January 2022. I would like to see another one done closer to the summer months, when the traffic is exactly like we're all used to seeing. So that would be the first thing. Second, somebody made a comment on Airbnb. If it's residential, I wouldn't want to see an Airbnb in a residential area. I'd like to keep it as a residential, so that's the next one. The last thing is the commercial space. I believe it should be left as commercial, so that, you know, people in that area, you have the option just to walk around the corner and go to the bank, go do your grocery shopping, go to the convenience store. You shouldn't have to drive all the way to Collingwood or the other end of Wasaga Beach. So that's basically how I feel about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Councillor White?
If I may, Your Worship, I'd let the Deputy Mayor speak before me, because I believe my comment would be appropriate after hers.
Certainly. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the room, thank you everybody for coming and bringing your concerns forward. These 306 units are in addition to the already existing 584 that are in our queue to be developed. And I continue to bring it up when we look at the Simcoe County District School Board's comments shared with the development. It says it has no objections, but that none of the residents that occupy these homes can be guaranteed local education. And that's an issue. That's a significant issue. So I share some concerns as well in regards to how many units are going into this area, and the fact that they are not geared towards 55 plus or single floor living. They're 3 stories. So I agree that they're targeted towards young families. And I also share the same concerns in regards to the green space. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned here, you know, we're busing already 78 kids to various communities that are elementary aged. I know that it's been well documented, and a lot of people are complaining that we're already shipping out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of our secondary school aged children to other communities. But people are probably unaware of the 78 kids that ride the bus in the younger grades, and I haven't seen a shovel in the ground in 30 years in this town from the school board, so I think that some pressure needs to be placed there. There's a lot of talk about infrastructure being upgraded with storm sewers and stuff like that, but there's other infrastructure, institutional infrastructure, that needs to be addressed too in our community, and that's the glaring thing. But I'd like to thank everybody for coming forward today. Your comments are great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through your worship. Yes, my comment is, I think you can gather we've all listened very carefully, and I appreciate the work that you have all put in and the thought and coming forward to us. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Timms?
Thank you. And I just want to echo some of my colleagues' concerns. We have listened very carefully to this. I've taken a lot of notes. I live in the West End. I relate to what you're telling me. I particularly feel that that area is a gateway, Your Worship, and we have to make sure that the development is done well, and it represents the fabric of our community as much as we can. So our staff will definitely take all these concerns and bring them to council. And I also thank everyone for coming today. All duly noted and all very pertinent opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, I do have a couple, but before I do, I'm just going to ask our planning staff to just reiterate how the town of Wasaga Beach advertises and puts this information out for these public meetings. We often hear from members of the public that they weren't aware, or they didn't get an email, or they didn't see anything. And so it's important that the folks of this town understand that we use the same process every time. And if you just take a second, Mr. Director Heron, and let people know how we do that so as that it's clear, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Worship. If you don't mind, I'm going to give you and the public a partial answer, and then I'm going to turn it over to either the manager of planning to get into the detail. But there was a comment earlier about the snowbirds, and the staff have long recognized that to get notices out when people are absent to the town, we had to take extra effort. So under the Planning Act, there are minimums that are applied and required in the giving of notice for public meetings. The town has always and consistently exceeded those criteria, and we continue to do that today. And what I'll do is I'll ask the manager of planning to describe to the public what those criteria are.
Thank you. Trevor?
Thank you, Your Worship. As touched on by Doug, there are minimum requirements under the Planning Act. To give notice, we require to do two things. One, we're either required to post in the local newspaper, and or we're required to post signage and do a mail out by regular mail, and we do all three. So we are fortunate this community has a newspaper that we are allowed to use, and we do use them for that purpose. We ask the developer to post signage, and we tell the developer what the signage ought to say, so it's in conformity with the Ontario Planning Act regulations. We tell them where to post the signage, and we also send out mailings to the residents. On that regard, what we do is the Planning Act requires that notice be sent to 120 meters circulation around the perimeter of the property, and that is what we do. It may also be that we post notices on our website, but I unfortunately am one step removed from that. Perhaps Mr. Sandberg would be able to speak to that, and he can speak to that when we compile the written record that we'll send to council, and we'll just confirm where else we may or may not be advertising our notices.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. The other thing I think it's important to clear up, we heard a couple times today, is the 15-minute community. We hear this since it was first mentioned. We acknowledge that we probably used the wrong wording. I want to be clear that we are not trying to, nor will we create a 15-minute community from the sense that you may read about it online. What we are talking about is a walkable community, and a community that we are building or working to build that within 10 to 15 minutes of your home, you have most, if not all, the services. And we heard from you folks here today, loud and clear, that something that saddens my heart, although I love our good friends in Collingwood, it saddens me that you are going there to spend your money and not keeping it here in our beautiful town, but I understand why. And so that's what we're working towards. And that's not going to happen. You hear if Rome was built overnight, we'd hire their contractors. So unfortunately, they're not available. So we do hear you loud and clear. I can tell you I have 4 pages of notes. I know council is writing fiercely. Staff are writing fiercely. We've heard you. We are going to do, I am confident, the best we can, working with the public, with the developer, and of course us here at the community and at Town Hall to do the best we can to try and appease as many people as we can, but we do face regulations from the province. And you've also heard Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor White again talk about our education systems, problems, and woes here in town, that we're sending kindergarten children on a bus to Collingwood or other cities, which is just totally unacceptable. And so if you're in a mood to write to the province, write to the Simcoe County District School Board, and have your voice be heard. I think before I wrap this up, since it seems appropriate, I know I've done it twice already, but I don't know that we can do it enough. Mr. Heron, this is your last public meeting. Mr. Heron has decided to retire and enjoy the autumn, I'll say, of his life with his lovely wife Moira and his son, and do some important things. But he has been an absolute amazing asset to this community. And aside from that, he's just a wonderful human being. So we thank you, Doug, for your time here, and wish you all the best. And with that said, we will close this public meeting, and this public meeting is now adjourned. And we'll move on in the agenda to the next deputation that we have today, which is the Wasaga St. Pat's Hockey Organization. And they're going to give us a presentation with respect to their hockey organization. So we'll just give it a minute or so for folks that are leaving to leave, and then we'll ask them to come forward. Okay, great, thank you. All right, we'll call this room back to order, please, and we'll welcome Mr., I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Sajak? Very good. All right, just like Wheel of Fortune. Okay. I don't know how bad it's going. I'm just going to ask you to turn your mic on there. Push the silver button. Excellent. And welcome.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. So my name's Jeff Sajak, as you know. I am the founder of the Wasaga St. Pat's not-for-profit here in Wasaga Beach. We set up in the spring of 2022, and the specific mission was to meet the need for affordable spring and summer hockey here in Wasaga Beach. The photos that you're going to see in this presentation are actual photos from our league itself, but our goal is to basically operate in the spring and the summer and holidays during the non-operational time of the Wasaga Stars Minor Hockey League. Obviously, Wasaga Stars, they've had incredible history here, but they don't operate in the spring and the summer, and there is a desperate need for hockey. Currently, we only have 1 hour of ice time, Fridays from 5 to 6. That's the only thing that we could find within the busy schedule, May through August. Just to give you some little insight, our game format is very, very simple. It's typically 3-on-3, 4-on-4. All our shifts are 90 seconds. All right, so that means we're equal ice time for everything. So after 90 seconds, a horn blows, one of the next 3 lines comes on. So it doesn't matter your age, it doesn't matter your sex, it doesn't matter your abilities. The coaches really have no impact on this. Everybody gets 90 seconds. 2 shifts later, they get their next 90 seconds. The other advantage that we have is siblings at different ages can actually play on the same team. You can have a daughter who might be 6 years old and a son who's 10 years old, and suddenly they're playing on the same team. Why? Because each of the different lines, A, B, and C, represent different age groups and different skill sets. And that's something very unique to the way we've set this up. Maximum ice time is important, so we don't have whistles, we don't have face-offs. We typically don't have penalties. If somebody does something wrong, off the ice they go, they have a penalty shot. We keep it moving, keep it moving. But one of the key aspects here is we're extremely affordable. We're only charging $100 for a spring or a summer session. That includes either 8 or 7, in the summertime at 7 sessions of ice. And last year we had a wait list for our first year in 2022. This year I sent out 1 email. 2.5 days later we were sold out, and we now have a wait list as well. Okay. 85% of our players are local league. This is probably very different than some of the other organizations that operate here in Wasaga Beach. They're local league players. These are kids that don't know how to play, or they don't play very well. They're not committed totally to hockey, you know, for various reasons, not just skill. But it's important to note that stat. As you know, you see it nationally. I'm not sure how many of you are hockey fans, but we're seeing nationally, hockey is having its issues. But one of the biggest issues is accessibility and affordability, okay? It needs to be financially accessible. Our target of ages are 6 through 12. Below 6, it's kind of tough because they haven't learned to skate yet. And above 12, well, we've got to pick our spot because we only have so much ice, okay? A little bit very quickly about me. My sons Jasper and Julius are now the fourth generation of JCACs to be located here in Wasaga Beach. We're born and raised in Toronto, all of us, but my grandfather in '57 bought a cottage up here, and during COVID-19 I moved the family, for obvious reasons, up to Wasaga, and we were really the first JCACs and all these generations to actually live full-time for 2 years in the beach. I had two sons, Jasper and Julius. They were both on two different hockey teams with the Wasaga Stars, both same age group. I love it when they can play together, so we decided, not this past Christmas, the Christmas before, to bring both their teams together. We said, hey, if you bring out something for the food bank, Mr. and Mrs. Zajac will sponsor the ice, and we're just going to have a fun game during Christmas. And my wife and I were sort of scratching our heads because some of the parents were literally on the verge of tears, thanking me for offering this ice time. And we're like, you know, we're like puzzled, like, what's going on here? Respect, we're from Toronto, we're cottages up here, so we're not part of the community, we're part of the cottage community, so we don't really see it. And we started lifting up the papers, and there is a huge economic disparity. You have parents that are scraping just to get their kids into hockey. And I'll give you some, these are live examples. 2023, we couldn't afford winter hockey. Okay, so $700, the parent couldn't afford winter hockey, but our league is giving a chance for their child to play at only $100. Okay, I never imagined that. And forgive me, yeah, I'm from the Toronto, but you get the idea. I just never imagined that. My son wanted to try out goalie, and you know how expensive it is to be a goalie and the goalie gear. Well, what I did is I invested in goalie gear, so if somebody wants to try out goalie in our league, they can do it. And boom, for $100, they're able to try it, and our league's giving them that opportunity. Last year, I had a mother, she had 3 sons. The alternative to them was $400 each. $1,200, she couldn't afford that, but for $300, all her sons of different ages got to play on the same team. My son and my daughter, they couldn't play on the same team together, but thank you, St. Pat's, they have. So that gives you an idea of the need, the demand, and the passion. You know, I've put in my own funds to start this. My wife and I said, hey, we can do something, and that's what we've done. All right, so what is my request here? Ultimately, and there's been some hiccups, but I've been trying for this, so I'm glad I finally was able to present to you after a little bit of time. We're asking for the same recognition, as since we are registered as a not-for-profit, that the Wasaga Stars gets and the Figure Skating Club gets, and the same rates that they get. Because what is our purpose? What is our mission? To provide affordable hockey. And I don't feel that it's fair that we're paying the full rack rate when these other NPOs during the winter aren't. And I support them 100%, but we're just asking for equal treatment to allow us to basically grow what we've started and what this community needs. The second one is a little bit of a different thing. I've been playing hockey as an adult for over 23 years in the G. Sometimes as an adult, our games start as late as 11:15, 11:30. Right now, there is no ice time. Right now, we're scheduled on a Friday from 5 to 6. I have a waiting list. Immediately after us is a new, I won't call it a new league, but a league, an adult league that's starting up. They're planning on finishing at 11. I'm asking the council if it's possible. I know it's a big ask, but if it's possible to maybe extend the hours of your staff to maybe 12, so we can push their start time to 7, so I can have 2 hours on Fridays instead of 1 hour before the double arena is built. Okay, that's my short-term ask. I know it's a big ask, and I'm being upfront about, you know, the implications to such. Long-term, and I got to ask for this now because, you know, getting ice time is obviously fairly complicated here, but for next year, there is a need. You know, we want to maintain the $100 price point. We want to maintain the spring session, the summer session, everything we've done, but we are requesting either on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, because Friday is not ideal for parents, but they're still coming, to have from 5 through 9 on one of the ice sheets in May, June, dedicated to our not-for-profit. We're not asking for anything above and beyond that. That's only for the spring. For the summer, we probably only need an hour because summer, everybody's off doing other things. But when you look at the need, it's important. It's important that the kids from Wasaga Beach, because let's face the reality, you have organizations from outside of Wasaga coming to Wasaga and renting the ice. But ultimately, Wasaga needs to be looking after our own. We need to be keeping up the ice skills and the opportunities for kids to skate within our own beach, within our own community. And that's why we've started this organization. We're also asking for a small 11 by 17 bulletin board space. So this way, everybody knows of our league, just like obviously Wasaga Star should have much more, and I hope they do have much more, and figure skating has much more. But we're obviously smaller, and our intent is not to really grow beyond what I've envisioned to you here today. And that is my presentation, my ask. So any questions, I'd happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Members of council, questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. I wasn't aware of your organization, so this was very helpful to me. And congratulations and thank you for what you've brought forward to our community to fill this need and close that gap. Does your organization, when the children are registering, do you ensure that all students, all participants are from Wasaga Beach? Because I'm sure when word starts to spread to other communities about this affordable opportunity, you're likely going to have some interest from kids outside of our community?
Correct. We've done our best to, like last year, we did on very short notice. I think we only had 4 weeks from when we started. Like I think April 1st, we started advertising. May 5th or whatever it was, we started. We are getting some kids predominantly from Elmville and Stayner that are registering, but the vast majority is Wasaga. But like I said, I've got a 10-person waiting list right now, and I don't know, like I said, that extra ice time gives them that opportunity, right? Unfortunately, I've done a first come, first served basis because, we're starting up an organization. It's only in its second year, and, how else do I prioritize? It's a tough question.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for follow-up. And I can appreciate that, but I could foresee that continuing to become a greater challenge for you as word continues to spread to other communities. Myself personally, and of course all kids matter. All kids need access and affordable opportunities to connect to sports, but in terms of, the ask of the discounted ice time or perhaps extending ice time or whatnot, I think our kids here in Wasaga Beach should be the first priority, and then if there's open spaces, then to extend to other communities, or consider charging the other communities' children a slightly higher price, just so that our community is, and our taxpayers ultimately are not supporting something that is also providing for other communities.
Yeah, no, I get you. It's really cool. Did you know my name's JCAC, number 6 from the back there? I never saw that. You've raised a really great point. Last year we were really lucky. We had a wait list, but it was minimal. This year, obviously, it's significant at 10 and with only 1 email. I do agree with you that this year we may grow beyond. Even if I get the second hour, demand may simply exceed supply. I do think my ask for next year at 4 hours, we should be able to accommodate everybody, regardless of where they're from. But for me, the key was, when you start off an NPO into your own pocket, you want to obviously cover your costs, but I agree with a lot of your recommendations, and we'll take them to heart.
Thank you. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What you're doing is absolutely beautiful. I really like hearing that. I have just one question. I know a lot of children can't even afford ice skates. Do you provide some for children that can't provide them?
To date, we've only had to provide Goldie gear. Had to. I have been accumulating in one of the U-Haul storage units over on 45th because the rates here are so phenomenal versus Toronto. But I started accumulating kids skates specifically for that need, kids gear specifically for that need. So yes, in the back of my mind, it is on, for lack of a better word, the business plan. But the need hasn't arisen yet,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. As well as Councillor DeLeo said, what you're doing is amazing, and then I was also unaware of what you're doing. My daughter plays hockey as well. She's a little bit older, but there's no girls hockey in Wasaga Beach that I'm aware of anyway, so she plays for Collingwood, and thankfully they don't charge me more money than Collingwood residents. And ice time is a bit of a challenge, and so often playing hockey in Thornbury or Creemore, Stayner, all over the place for practice time. So I know that getting ice time here in Wasaga Beach is going to be difficult and everything, but a lot of your questions are going to be answered by our very talented Chris Roos over here Director of Rec. So I just wanted to say anything that we can do to help promote affordable hockey in Wasaga Beach is definitely something I'll support.
No, sweet, thanks. And the other big thing that we notice, because of our format, the 3-on-3 and the 4-on-4, we're able to set the lines appropriately that the girls, because we know a number of girls from Julius's and Jasper's local league teams and rep teams, they're getting more puck time. They're getting better. They're getting the confidence level. And I see it being a coach, hockey coach, and that's one of the great benefits of it, from the little girls all the way up.
All right, thank you. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Your Worship. We've sat through quite a number of sessions related to ice time. It's interesting, the concept you've done. I really like that as well. And I think we have to continue to look at how we assign ice time to ensure that it fills the need of all of our residents and all of our children. But one of the questions I have too is that I guess in spring and summer, I don't know if there's any other alternatives we can look at. Like, I know there are some surfaces now that could be outdoor that you can skate on that aren't ice, or those types of things. So, maybe we got to start looking outside the box and try to understand whether those are affordable and can fill a need within our community. But this is great to give everybody the opportunity and the 90-second shifts. I think it's great. But I know we're challenged to meet the needs for ice time. And right now, the way we've assigned and guaranteed ice time, I think we need to continue to look at it. So, thank you.
No, thank you. Like I said, our mission is not to compete with Sega Stars. They're doing what they need to do. It's really the May, June. And one thing I noticed, and again, my son Julius, we're obviously back in Toronto, he's a AAA player. I'm coaching at the AA, AAA level. And we saw a gap in terms of skill level here in Wasaga Beach. And one of it was the local league kids weren't getting ice time during the summer or access because of affordability to, let's say, summer camps and stuff, and you saw them behind. And this was another solution when we introduced it, to give them that access. Like I said, 85% plus are local league kids. These aren't the rep kids that want to be, NHL players. These are just the regular kids. I just want to play hockey. I want to have a smile.
Thank you. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, thanks for your presentation, Mr. Zajac. And it's new to me too. I hadn't heard about it, and we have family in hockey and so forth, so I was interested. So I'm a bit curious. I looked up the name St. Pat's, and has it been going like since 2011, 16 or something? I might have been totally confused on there. There were spring sessions, and I couldn't find out anything.
We just started this basically in May of last year. The idea came to us was in April of last year. St. Pat's, my son Julius is a huge Maple Leafs fan. Unfortunately, his dad is a huge Canadiens fan. Mommy's Leafs, Jasper's Canadiens, so you see it. But again, he's a AAA, so I took a number of his teams in Toronto to a number of Canland tournaments. We won championships. But he loves St. Pat's, and St. Pat's is associated with the Leafs. So when we sat down, what are we going to call this Wasaga organization, we went with the St. Pat's. So that's how it is. But no, it didn't. This whole thing didn't start till April of last year when we started advertising, and our first ice was May of last year.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Yeah, because I was confused. And yes, I understood the St. Pat's as soon as I saw it. So I thought, what is this?
Yeah.
I'm pleased to hear about girls, like the co-ed hockey, because I was shocked to find out that there was not any girls hockey in Wasaga Beach. So it is a good starting ground for that. And I'm interested to hear what our director of events and sports has to say. So thanks for your presentation and introducing us to it.
Well, while I have your ear, as I can make a suggestion, because I can only make a suggestion, but I would highly recommend, with the double pad, and this is an idea, that Wasaga look at starting a girls' team. Collingwood has a girls' team, and I think Midland has a girls' team, but if Wasaga started a girls' team that competed against the other girls' team, because of your geography, right? You're able to draw on all these other communities that are so geographically close. I think it would be a good success, but forgive me, it's only an idea, right?
I understand. I've wondered the same. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll say we do not have a girls' team, but I can tell you we have several girls on our team, and they are great little players, that's for sure. So we're proud of them, and we're glad they're there. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question. How many children are registered in the program?
Yeah, excellent question. Last year we maxed out at 28 for 1 hour of ice. Now I was lucky because I had the little kids. I could do 5-on-5 where it didn't matter. But once you hit a certain age, you got it with my system. You've got to go with 4-on-4. This year we're sold out, so we have 3 lines times 4 plus 2 goalies. So you're looking at 26.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions from Council? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just looking at your website. You have a few sponsors listed there. Can you share a little information about them, or what do they contribute to your organization?
I try being a humble guy, but the reality is I cottage up here. I live in Toronto. I'm a CEO of an AI company and have a ownership in all of those companies, and they've all, because of me and my ownership, have obviously put in money to this organization. Fair? Okay.
Councillor Eagle.
Thank you. One question. I love the St. Pat's uniform. Do your kids have uniforms, and how are they attained?
I took the money out of my pocket and bought the uniforms, and then what we do is we recycle them year to year. So I got really good St. Pat's uniforms, and what we do is we have some of the uniforms have names and numbers of the back of famous hockey players and Leaf players and things like that.
Interesting. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? I respect and appreciate the humbleness. There are a lot of folks in many communities that do great things that don't seek any recognition for it, and so we thank you for that. Truly appreciate it. I think it's an excellent opportunity and an excellent idea, a great thing you're doing. I struggle with Julius's thoughts about the Leafs. I think he needs to listen to Dad. Now knowing that St. Pat's has an affiliation with my not favorite team, perhaps that might work against you. I'm just kidding. But it's an excellent opportunity. I appreciate what you're doing. We no doubt need to do as much as we can for all of our kids, and those who are less fortunate in many ways deserve every opportunity. So thank you for what you do. We do have a motion here that I will read, and then we'll be back in touch with you. It's interesting to hear, again, I think Councillor Belanger touched on this, our ice time challenges. And I'm not so sure we have challenges as much as we have folks for many years who have been maybe a little spoiled, for lack of a better term, in prime time ice time, as opposed to, I remember taking my daughter to hockey practices at 5 a.m. and at 9 and 10 o'clock at night. I don't know how much of that happens here in Wasaga Beach, but we've got a great new facility coming on board, and with that's a lot of cost, and so we're only going to see those fees increase as time comes. And so I think our need to look at providing a service for children who don't have that opportunity is a good idea.
Well, as a major sponsor to your facility, myself, it's my sincerest hope, and I say this is a major sponsor, and again, I'm being humble. The community doesn't know about this, but I have to say it now. It's my sincerest hope that you will really look at accessibility to hockey for the young kids, the development, and also particularly girls. Okay.
Appreciate that very much.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, members of council, we do have a motion that the Joint Committee of the Whole of Council receive a deputation from Mr. Jeff Sajak pertaining to request for not-for-profit recognition for Wasaga St. Pat's for information, and further that this matter be referred back to staff to review and to report and come back to council at a future meeting. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, on that? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That motion is carried unanimously. All right, now move on to item number 6, our consent list for Committee of the Whole. Just ask, does anyone need to take a quick 10-minute break? Yeah, okay, so we're going to take 10 minutes. I ask that you please be back for 5 after. and then we'll continue on with the next part of our meeting. Thank you.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Deputy Clerk. Welcome back to anybody out there in TV land and the staff. And I'm just going to turn this meeting over now, the next section, to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. and be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Okay, I will now move to the pulled matter, which is item 6.1.7, pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor Belanger, it's yours.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just had a question, I guess, as we're considering the barrier or the fencing between the nearby residents and our Twin Pad Arena and Library. I noticed that Park Bridge is in the process of fencing their entire subdivision there. So the posts are all in. We haven't seen the finish of the actual facing of the fencing, but I was wondering two things: is A, if there's a consideration to have some continuity, that whatever we do might blend in well with that fencing that's going to be adjacent to ours. And then the second thing is whether or not we had approached them as to be potentially bidding on the job, because they are a very large developer in their own right, and it looks like it's a pretty significant fencing job that's in process. So those were my comments. Thank you.
Chris, would you like to make a comment?
Certainly, through the chair to Councillor Belanger, I can answer both of those questions. First and foremost, with regards to the continuity, no, unfortunately, the town's designers have already designed quite a robust fence. In fact, I think it'll be both taller and heavier than the one which will be a little bit more picturesque along the theme park ditch. I believe that's the one that you're speaking of, the one that runs north-south amongst the trees above the ditch. So the fence that has been designed by the town's architects is considered privacy fence. It's double-sided, wood on both sides, and we're somewhat held to that design now, or else we would get into a change order situation with our contractors. I don't know that they'll clash. You won't necessarily see the fence that we're building as it runs east-west, and you just drive perpendicularly past it on Theme Park Drive. So I would not recommend that we go back and try and create continuity with that fence. And the second piece is, was Park Bridge approached? Similar to my first answer, Councillor Belanger, the fence is in contract with our general contractor, the Twin Pad Library, so they will be installing the fence in question here today. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions? No? Okay, I will now move the resolution. That the report titled Recommendation Report, Twin Pad Library Boundary Fence to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of March 30th, 2023 be received, and further that Joint Committee recommends Council approves staff maintaining the planned 6-foot double-sided privacy fence previously contracted to the town's general contractor, understanding the property line evaluation will be raised by 2 feet. And further that Joint Committee recommends Council approves that staff work to enhance plantings on both sides of the raised fence to ensure view corridors from neighboring streets north of the future Twin Pad Library facility are minimized. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Passed unanimously. This concludes the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. I will now pass the chair to Councillor Timms for Public Section Works.
Thank you, Councillor Delio. I will now review the Public Works Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole. I am not aware of any item that has been pulled from the consent agenda at this time. Would anyone like to make a comment on an item prior to the current the consent recommendation? Seeing none, I will move to the recommendation. Resolved that the Public Works section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the March 30th, 2023 consent list item 6.2 and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately, of which there were none. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Mayor Smith. All in favor? Passed. Thank you. This concludes the Public Work Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole. I will now pass the chair to Councillor Belanger, Development Services Section.
That was...
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Before I start, I would like to pass on a note on item 6.3.4. The Committee of Adjustment minutes, it refers to January and February reports being attached. It should have only indicated January, and the January minutes are attached. I will now review the Development Business Unit Committee of the Whole. To my knowledge, there are no items pulled. So is there anyone have any questions or comments before I move to the consent agenda? Yes, I apologize, Councillor Timms, I did have a note here that you wanted to comment on 6.3.2, but go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. And I wanted to thank staff for that very educational and easy to understand report. I'm quite pleased that all three of these projects are happening at the same time, which includes some of the newer concepts that we're hearing about always from our residents, short-term rentals and tiny houses. But I do believe that public engagement in this process will be crucial. And so often I hear from the community after the fact that they didn't know something was happening and that they're discouraged and disappointed with us. I would like to suggest to staff that a really robust marketing and education campaign occurs at the same time of this process and not just in planning speak. I think it's so important that we do some messaging that all of our residents will understand the importance of the projects as they're going forward and come out and have their say. So just a suggestion to staff regarding communication, especially when we do notices in the paper. I think so many people really aren't following that unless they're really into the workings of Town Hall. So hopefully when we get our new communications director, we can put something together that will engage the public. And thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. I'll now move to the consent recommendation. Resolve that Development Service Section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the March 30th, 2023 consent list items 6.3 and that all the recommendations contained therein are adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately, which there were none. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Ego and Councillor White. All those in favor? Thank you. I will now pass the chair to General Government, our Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. I'll now review the General Government Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. I'm aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration and vote. Two items, 6.4.4 and 6.4.6. Would anyone like to make a comment on an item prior to the consent recommendation? Seeing none. Resolve that the General Government section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the March 30th, 2023 consent list
item 6.4 and all, oh, no, that's not the right one. Am I doing that one? Okay, sorry. And that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor White and Mayor Smith, and all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so 6.4 prior to going to the 6.4.4, I did have a comment that I wanted to make in regards to 6.4.2. That's okay. That item, as it relates, is around the correspondence that was received. And I just wanted to draw the table's attention to the correspondence that was received from the municipality of Calvin regarding the ARC process in schools and supporting their position of supporting the ARC process to remain in place. I can see where it could benefit their community if they're a non-growth community, but we are a growth community. So I think it actually hinders our process and potential business case in regards to getting a high school here in our community. So I just wanted to kind of publicly put that out there, that although it favors for them, it doesn't favor for all. So that being said, move on to the first item, which is 6.4.4. And that item was also pulled by myself. Before I speak to it, does anybody else have any questions around 6.4.4? No? Okay. So my question to this is in regards to our bylaw. We've had several conversations at the table as it relates to property standards. And we know, based on the calendar right now, we're coming into our busy tourism season, and we really want to be sure that our community is putting its best face forward. I was just wondering if you could speak to what is the bylaw's strategy in regards to, ensuring that our main arteries, especially the welcoming arteries for our tourism area, is looking its absolute best to kick off the season, please.
Thank you for your question, and I guess through you, Chair. So starting with some history, it was in 2019, the department actually began focusing on enforcement of property standards, just making it one of our main priorities to implement proactive enforcement throughout the community. And I should add, when I say property standards, for the purpose of this, I'm including the property standards bylaw, the road occupancy bylaw, signs, clean yards and littering, just because although they're very different bylaws and they're enforced separately, they all go hand in hand to keep our community kind of in that neat and tidy condition. So starting last week, officers have been assigned community involvement projects by dividing the town into different zones, which will include key focuses on main roads and other main areas of town. So these zones are assigned to officers so they can proactively enforce, items such as long grass and weeds, derelict motor vehicles, dilapidated structures, rubbish, debris, etc. So officers will proactively monitor their zones daily to check for anything that's unsightly and to take those proactive enforcement measures to inform and educate residents or business owners about how we're trying to clean up the community. And obviously this project, although it's starting last week, we're going to continue throughout the year just to make sure it's maintained. Furthermore, the department will be conducting property standards blitz throughout the summer. This is also something that we have continually done over the last couple years, and it's where officers focus on specific violations throughout the community. So we'll ensure officers stay on top of very common violations that can quickly turn the town into, things that might have be out of character with the surrounding environment. So an example of this would be just doing a blitz for long grass and weeds. All the summer students and full-time staff go into their zones to proactively enforce that throughout the community, and again focusing on those main areas of town that we want to make sure the main roads and stuff like that are looking nice. And then lastly, we started this last year, but I felt it was very beneficial, and we want to continue doing it this year. But it's a social media education, just to make the public aware of proactive involvement in relation to property standards. So they're just short video clips that include some of our officers educating about specific bylaws and what people can do to ensure that we're working together to keep the community clean.
Thank you. I think that's a great idea to have zones, because then they're really able to hyper-focus on those areas. And it also will help too in building relationships, I would assume, so that, you know, a homeowner or a business owner isn't dealing with multiple officers. They're able to deal with one as a contact point. So I think that's fantastic. One question that I have is, as a supplement, we know of some properties that are repeat offenders, right? That they come in, they do a cleanup to sort of get everybody to be quiet, and then they allow the property to go back into the same condition. What currently is the process or fining process to sort of make them accountable to keeping key primary locations that are right in the heart of our tourism area clean and looking their best, please?
So rather than our, I guess, fine process, I think it's important to note that we are a compliance-based department. So obviously, if it's the first time we're attending a property, we'll speak with them, inform and educate, maybe do a compliance request, which is just a light notice to make people aware of everything. But once we start getting into properties that might continue to break, various bylaws or the same bylaws every single season, then our enforcement measures do change. Rather than starting with a compliance requests, as we know that individuals are already informed and educated about our bylaws. We might just go right to a municipal order, which is basically giving them a short time frame to clean up their property. And then either fines will be given, which will be in the form of a summons to court. And that can be up to $25,000 for a property owner or $100,000 for a corporation. But with that, we can also do a work order too. Usually, things won't get to that point, and we do have a great relationship with a lot of our community members. So if they see an email come in or a phone call, they're like, oh, I got to get on it. But again, that just goes to all our proactive enforcement that we've been taking.
Sorry, just one final supplement. That's fantastic, because I really support, a strong approach, especially when it comes to certain properties, where buildings are taken down, structures are removed, but the site is still left in disarray. I think we need to be aggressive with those property owners, so I thank you very much. I'm excited to hear that. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Chair Snell. I just have a question that it came up as, and it's, I'm referring to it as property standards, not signage, but we've had some very strong winds, and there's quite a number of damaged signs in our community that have been in a very poor state for a period of time. And I'm not quite sure, again, we don't know if it's being addressed or it hasn't been addressed, but maybe you could just comment, because some of them are very unsightly.
Certainly. So that does go in line with what officers started to do last week in regards to the community involvement projects. So it does include signs, just because that is a notable thing that we want to make sure is being maintained throughout our community. Whether I know which ones you're referring to or not, I can't speak to, but there are a few in our queue that we have been following up with, and we'll continue to do so, especially when summer students come in and everyone's trained. We have a lot more people in the department and more eyes on the road that can help with that too.
Thank you. And Councillor Eagle, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, Rachel, I apologize. We got an email late yesterday, so I'd really like to have a conversation with you about it, but I'm curious. It's when one neighbor is doing something on their lot that impacts the neighbor. Like their house is a mess, And he said he had written to bylaw, and it's about animals, and then all of that spreading over onto the resident next door. And so whether he had or not, and he said, could we look into bylaws about that? So I think it's just a conversation. I know I'm kind of off the wall here, but it is about having a lot of animals come to your property, but then they're making damage on the neighbor's property. Is that familiar to you at all? And maybe we can...
Certainly. I do think further discussion, just so I know a little bit of details, might be helpful. But if we're talking about animals that might be defecating on other people's properties, we do have enforcement measures for those under our Clean Yards bylaw.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have a conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the other thing that, not today obviously, but a conversation needs to be had about with respect to bylaw is often we receive calls from neighbor versus neighbor. And these calls are often not bylaw issues or municipal issues, they are civil issues. And so I think we need to work on a standard and a protocol that when we receive these calls early out of the gate, that we can make it very clear to these residents that this is a civil matter, it is not a bylaw matter. I've had many conversations with a few different residents recently that this is clearly a civil matter, one resident versus the other, and they're screaming and yelling that, you know, bylaw is not doing their job, so on and so forth. So I think we need to look at a protocol that is clear, that we can send to these particular people who have an issue with their neighbor and they want us to fix that problem. And unfortunately, or fortunately, it's not our position to fix those problems. And we see them probably more often than I even know. But I just thought I would make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add a couple points. Rachel has the tough part of this equation. There's the enforcement side of helping to improve what we look like. As you've heard me say numerous times, we're a tourist town, our image is important. What we look like is important because that's the impression we're conveying to the world. So there is absolutely the enforcement side of this, but there's also the proactive beautification side of this. There's money in the budget that Council was briefed on the night before last. So my team, economic development team, we're going to be out looking at some of these key gateways and coming back to Council with some ideas of what we can do to help beautify the town, and particularly our first impressions. One of the things we need to do is take a look at town signage. On 92 coming into town, we're one of the worst offenders. So we're going to have to clean up our act as well as others. So, but it's a collaborative effort, and hopefully we can work together to improve how we look. Thank you.
Thank you. That's exciting to hear. Proactive is always a much better position. Any other comments before I go ahead? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have one question for you, Rachel. I think it is part of property standards. People parking their cars on their driveways without valid stickers, is that an offense?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. That is an offense under our Clean Yards bylaw. I think it's important to note that technically, if someone doesn't have proper like val tags on their vehicle, that we can enforce it. With that being said, I think it's important to note that we look at the whole portion of the vehicle. Like now the province doesn't require you to get stickers or anything like that. So it's not something that we would necessarily follow up on. We would look at the whole portion of the vehicle. You know, is it in a derelict condition? Does it look unsightly? Are the tires flat? I think the province and OPP does a great job following up on those who do not license their vehicles every year.
Thank you. That's supplementary. Because I'm noticing around some of the neighborhoods, people are using their driveways as parking garages so they can work on cars. So I've seen several where they have 3 or 4 cars on their driveway and it's looking like a garage, like a mechanical garage. And to me, that's very unsightly.
Certainly. Unused is also another portion under that bylaw too. So if you're aware of some, feel free and I can walk you through that complaint process, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions before we move forward? Okay, seeing none, that the report titled Municipal Law Enforcement Activities for the month of February 2023 to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of March 30th, 2023 be received for information. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ego and Councillor DeLeo. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 6.4.6. This item was pulled by Councillor Belanger, please.
Thank you, Chair Snell. I pulled this because I believe one of the reports that is being recommended to go to just being posted on our website monthly should be considered to be considered more in depth on a quarterly basis. So I'm proposing that that there be an amendment on the building development report, that a quarterly update be brought to council that includes the statistics and trends. The current report is just showing permits issued for the current year. You know, it would be, because this impacts development charges, it would be helpful to know the history on a quarterly basis and the trend going forward. So, do I read this amendment, or?
Yes, please go ahead and proceed, Councillor Belanger.
Okay, so I would just like to motion that we amend the 6.46 report, that the building development report would be presented quarterly to council and include the year-to-date statistics and trends, and that the monthly building update continue or to be posted to the town's website.
Okay, so you've moved that motion. We just need a seconder. Councillor DeLeo? And all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, so back to the main motion, that the report titled Monthly Departmental Reporting to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of March 30th, 2023 be received, and that staff bring forward their monthly reporting activities statistical information to the appropriate town website page, social media outlet, or quarterly council meeting as recommended in Appendix A, as amended. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Oh, mover, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay. So that completes that. Okay. Sorry, just one sec. And so this concludes the General Government Business Unit of Committee of the Whole, and I will now pass the chair back to Mayor Smith for the remainder of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And we now have a rise recommendation. Resolve that Committee of the Whole session rise and move into the council session to receive the report on the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously, and at this time we will take a 30-minute break, and then we will move into closed session after that. Or should we move to closed session first, Madam Clerk? We'll do it after. All right. Take a 30-minute break. Thank you.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. Call this meeting back to order. Moving on to item number 8 of the agenda, the council session, consideration of adoption of Committee of the Whole recommendations. Do we have a motion resolve that the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole session for the meeting of March 30th, 2023 be adopted as resolutions of council? Mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor Ego, all in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on to item number 9, consent list. All items listed below will be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the item will be removed from the consent list and considered in the section for matters of consideration. And I see there are no items pulled at this time. Is everyone still comfortable? No one has anything to pull? All right, I'll then move on for a mover and a seconder for this resolution, a resolution that council session of the Joint Committee of Whole and Council hereby receive the March 30th, 2023 consent list items 9, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor DeLeo and Councillor White, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 9.1, adoption of minutes, the Joint Committee of the Whole. It is, we is resolved. We've covered item number 9. My apologies. Moving on to item number 10, matters for consideration. Any items that were requested to be pulled by council consent? We have none. And moving on to 10.1, adoptions of minutes, we have none. And 10.2, bylaws. We do have the Boulevard beautification listed there. No other items. And moving on to item number 12, closed session. It is resolved to hold a closed session, resolved that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the March 30th, 2023 Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. And we have one there, proposed pending acquisition or disposition of land by municipality or local board, and this is respect to beachfront lease matters. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Oh, okay, sorry. 12.12 is education session, re-procurement policy training, and 12.13 is a regular meeting. Nope, 12.11 is the meeting held for the purpose of educating or training the members. Does that cover it? I'm sorry? 12.13, that the closed session resolved the meetings of JCAC. March 2010-2023 closed session minutes are here as well. That's what we'll be discussing and talking about, and we'll be back out of closed as soon as possible. So do I have a mover and a seconder for that resolution? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, second by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That is carried. We'll now move into closed session. Zach, we just... Yeah, okay. We're not live, but we're good. Okay. Welcome back, Angela.
There we go.
Welcome.
Okay, I can hear me. Before you, we have the lease for Beaver Tails at 41 Beach Drive. It's before you there. If you have any questions concerning that, I won't take too much of your time. This is the second last lease that I have.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. So we're just coming back from closed session. Do a quick rise and report. We did go into closed session to discuss 3 items, which we have done, one being a training session, another one to receive information on the lease, beachfront lease, and then the third one to approve previous meetings of a closed session. We've looked after those, and we're now back into open session. And moving on to item number 13, departmental staff reports. We do have the beachfront manager's report dated March 30th, 2023, and resolve that report titled Recommendation Report Beachfront Lease Renewal to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of March 30th, 2023 be approved. Can I have a mover and a seconder here, please? Councillor Timms and Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 14, bylaws. We do have some bylaws. Resolved that the bylaw to authorize the execution of a lease agreement be received and to be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered number 2023-43. Questions or comments? Seeing none, the mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 15, a confirmatory bylaw. To resolve that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Wasaga Beach at its regular meeting held Tuesday, March 30th, 2023 be received and to be deemed and read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered 2023-44. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ego and Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.